Yes. Okay, a quorum is now present. Is that better? February 17th, 2022. Okay, we'll go ahead and see if there are any public comment. None? Okay, there's no public comment, Mr. Gates. So we'll go on to item number 3, board business items and announcements. We'll start with 3A, approval of the January 2022 minutes that was rescheduled to February 10th of 2022 of the monthly board meeting minutes. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion. Move approval from Dr. Morrison and second by Mr. Barr. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. So we'll go ahead and go into 3B, which is trustee activities. We'll start with Ms. Wood. Do you want to go first? Okay. Sure.
All right. So I had the privilege of touring some of the campuses this last day in January. We went to the Southeast campus where I got the tour from Dr. Kapala, and we're walking in. I'm looking at these pictures because what I have on my place in front of me is kind of different from that. So as we're walking to the different buildings on the campus, this actual picture is of the food pantry, and there's quite a few of those. There's another one in the food pantry. This food pantry can feed anybody that is there on the campus or anybody from the community, and it's actually stocked pretty well, which I was very impressed. And we're talking to one of the ladies that runs the veterans group there, the association, and we had a nice chat with her and actually met a student while we were there. And then we went on to the kitchen where we saw how a lot of the food was prepared there in the culinary arts section of the school, which was actually my favorite part because there was good food to eat. We had a nice talk there, and then we were able to have lunch served, which was amazing. I had never had the lunch over there, and I was very impressed. And by the way, what day is it you can go over there and get lunch? Was it Friday? Friday?
Monday.
Friday or Monday. When is it? Monday. Okay, so Mondays and Wednesdays you can get lunch there, and it's extraordinary. So after that visit, we went ahead and went to the South Campus. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. That picture was actually one of the first ones we took, and that was with a group of young adults. It's called the First Choice Program, and they're learning to cook, and they were actually making their fish, I believe, that day, which was really fun. And cookies. I remember cookies, too. And then we went to the South Campus, where we got to learn about the men that go up on the poles to repair our electricity. One of the interesting things we learned about was that these either men or women, mostly men, but there was a woman in the class. When they take these classes, they learn to go up these poles, and they can make as much as $200,000 a year, which I thought was amazing. The man teaching it was retired. And in that picture, you see I have a belt on. That belt with all the tools weighs 70 pounds. So not only do they go up those poles, which are extremely high, and repair whatever needs to be repaired, they do it with a 70-pound belt on their waist. After that, we went to the automotive center, and we learned about the different cars they had there, and about some of the programs. Like there's a new program, the diesel mechanic program. And then lastly, we went to see the welding, where all the welding is done, which is a very good profession because not a lot of people do that now. So I was really impressed with that. That was the end of our tour. Reg and I would say I was exhausted afterwards because we walked through 2 campuses. And we had a great time, but it's a lot to see, and beautiful campuses both. So thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
so much, and thank you for sharing. We appreciate it.
Ms. Alec, I'd just point out
Yes.
the pole climbing program is a partnership with Encore, and it's been very successful community partnership, if you will. So, you know, when we have that bad weather, again, you're going to the doctor's office and you're seeing a nurse trained by TCC. Now, when your power goes out, someone climbing that pole will likely be a TCC graduate as well.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Yep,
Appreciate
you're
it.
welcome.
I'm glad you were able to take some time to go visit and visit students, too.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Kine, would you like to go? Yes, thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. Get this here. Speaking of the Southeast Campus Food Pantry, on December 19th, Awaken Ensemble and First United Methodist Church of Arlington hosted a holiday concert benefiting the Tarrant County College Southeast Campus Food Pantry. I'd like to give a special thank you to Mary and Sean Hale. They're in the upper right-hand corner with Awaken Ensemble for coordinating this event, as well as a very special thank you to Carla Hernandez, who is the Southeast Food Pantry Coordinator, for really allowing us to help restock Toro's Food Pantry. It was a beautiful concert, well attended by the community. Next slide. And here you see just a little bit of the food donations that came in as a part of attendance, as well as Carla and team restocking the pantry. So it was really neat to come full circle from our visit to the Southeast Campus a few months ago to being able to see their pantry fully restocked. So thank you for the opportunity for that. And then I think we've got some pictures that Mr. Hornsby's going to help out with as well. Or maybe not. The legislative visit. I think while we're pulling up those pictures, I know Mr. Hornsby's going to talk through each of the individual pictures, but Mr. Hornsby, Chancellor Giovannini, Mr. Gates, and I were fortunate enough to visit Washington, D.C. for a legislative summit, the Association of Community College Trustees National Legislative Summit. And before Mr. Hornsby walks us through all of the pictures, I just wanted to highlight 2 points. We had an opportunity to discuss with each of our elected officials a number of priorities that were on a list of legislative priorities for Tarrant County College, but we really focused on connecting the importance of economic development and economic recovery for Tarrant County with Tarrant County College. And one point that we did discuss with all of our representatives surrounded Pell Grants. We talked about how currently there's a Pell Grant floor of 650 contact hours for Pell Grant eligibility. And we also talked about how so many of the critical skills that are needed now, things like welding, pharmacy tech school, heavy machinery operators, those really are courses that can get people back into the economy now with around 200 contact hours or less. So the way that our elected officials could really help Tarrant County College get trained people back into impacting economic recovery is by helping us lower that floor to 150 contact hours. The second thing I wanted to highlight before Mr. Hornsby goes into the pictures is at every single stop, we interacted with somebody who had been personally impacted by community college. Whether it was a legislative aide who had been able to graduate from college in 3 years because she was able to take advantage of dual credit courses during high school, all the way to an elected representative who had attended community college during her own college experience. You could clearly see that North Texas and our representatives are very aware of the importance of Tarrant County College in our community and how it's really transforming lives either at the beginning of a career all the way through an elected official's career. So that was fantastic to be able to see in person. And with that, I will hand it over to my traveling partner, Mr. Hornsby. who's so much fun to go to conferences with, by the way.
It was a blessing and a privilege to be able to go and share, although I sure did miss having my friend here along with us to kind of give us, I thought maybe we were being set up at first.
I have a very personal question first before you talk. How many times did you get lost with Reg guiding you?
Not once.
Not once? Oh.
How about Warner
Waterless.
How about I never got lost?
Okay, that takes care of
You can ask
everything.
everybody else who was with me how many times they got lost.
Okay.
My answer is 0.
Yeah, if we were lost,
That's
I
when you
didn't
get
know
your
it. He
exercise.
played it off
I'm
really,
sorry,
really
I had
well.
to pick up myself.
But we had the blessed privilege of being able to talk to Representative Mark Vesey, Representative Beth Van Dyne. We spoke to the Chief of Staff for Michael Burgess. He was not available. We had the blessed privilege of being with Representative Kate Granger. That was we didn't get to spend a whole lot of time with her. Roger Williams, who is so much fun. He's all about baseball. So if you start talking about baseball, you really get him going. And Jake Elsie. And each one of them were very, 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 very responsive. That's Jake Elsie there. And so we are grateful to have had the opportunity to speak with them and talk with them. And as that young lady sitting on the couch there with Dr. Giovannini, she is from Mansfield, graduated from Mansfield High. I know her parents, her father, Brent Newsom, and Michelle Newsom. Her mother is the president of the school board at Mansfield High School, at Mansfield ISD now. Her grandfather was at one time the superintendent of the school district, and she is working there as an aide in Jake Elsie's office. Been there a few months, and so that was Mark Vesey. He was in a session, in a committee meeting, and he stepped out so that he could talk with us and allow us to talk with him. And that was really important. Of course, Ms. Van Dyne, we had a great time talking with her, and they were really receptive and responsive to the things that we were talking about. Some of the things they knew about, some of the things they wasn't really sure about, the particulars about the 250 contact hours on the Pell Grant and things like that, and we're believing that if something like that comes up, that they will be in support of the initiatives that we were trying to support for our events. Yeah, I hope you saw in the very beginning, for one of the first slides was we had Dr. Jill Biden came and spoke to us. So we had some really good speakers at the Legislative Summit. We had some secretaries. Education Secretary came, and they really did a good job. So it was a really good opportunity for exposure, good to be in the Capitol. It was good to be there, good to have the opportunity to interface with our representatives and those that our elected officials. It's really important, I believe, that we had the opportunity to do for that, and I look forward to being able to do that again.
Excellent. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, and it worked. So very recently, as of yesterday, the House Education, Health, Labor, and Pension Committee passed out of their committee on the Jobs Act, and included in the Jobs Act is short-term Pell. 2 weeks ago, the House subcommittee did a similar thing. That's the first time ever that short-term Pell has made it through both chambers, if you will, and it will be a bipartisan support for the Jobs Act, and it's very, very good news and indication that the short-term Pell will be included in funding, and so the legislation, if you will change short Pell Grant to allow for the shorter-term training program. So congratulations, trustees, it worked. It's not done yet, but this is the farthest we've ever gotten as a sector, and all folks believe that, in fact, it will become a reality.
Oh, that's excellent news, and thank you all so much for representing and for advocating for education and our students. Thanks so much. I believe, Mr. Barr, you had a little something, and then we'll go over to.
I had a very interesting conversation a couple of weeks ago with one of my sisters-in-law, Ann Barr, who's the program director for Leader Kids. Leader Kids is an operating program of Leadership Fort Worth in partnership with the Fort Worth ISD. And participants are about 40 select 8th grade students representing all the middle schools in the school district. And this program is aimed at helping those 8th graders develop their leadership skills. They came here to the Trinity River Campus, had a great visit in late January. They were welcomed by Richard Chance, the Dean of Community Education. Yvette Lyons quizzed the students with some brain twisters as she talked about a variety of courses that are offered here at TCC. Carter Bedford and Tristan Brooks led tours of the campus, ending up at the Idea store. Yolanda Fansler arranged snacks and supper for everyone. It was a great job of hosting a group of kids and helping them to really open their eyes about what TCC is and the opportunities that are here. Leader Kids is a great program, and I just really appreciate the efforts of everyone to share the TCC story with those kids. Good job. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing. Mr. Greenhill, did you have anything?
Well, as most of you know, my big news for the last couple of weeks was a substitute for knee surgery for a new knee. I'm always try to be an advocate for Terry County College wherever I go and listen to people. And I've been to lots of doctors and lots of technicians and so forth and so on. And as a lot of us know, every time I'm with a technician, I ask, well, where did you study? And I would like to say that at every single stop, there was a TCC student there working. It's like that movie that we have, or the thing that we have that shows what would you do without Tarrant County College. But today I went to therapy in Frisco, and it was sort of, and the young lady, the technician who was helping me out, so forth and so on, and she said, well, what is your goal? Well, I went to Texas Women's College, and what I'd like to do is to go to TCC to get what is called a PTA, a physical therapist assistant. So, oh, wow, that's great. I wish I'd had a brochure, and I think I'll probably send her one. But anyway, that's my story, and I'm recovering. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad you're out there sharing the message of TCC as well. Thank you. Dr. Morrison?
Good evening. First, let me thank the trustees for their work. That's grueling work, going to the Hill in D.C., and it's so very important. So thank you, Chancellor and trustees and Reg. And all of that looks so easy, but I can tell you that Reg and his staff has spent many hours doing the background work to making that happen. So thanks, all of you, for that, and hope you will do it again. Thank you. Also, I want to thank you, Mr. Barr, for sharing about Leader Kids. That is an awesome program, and has good opportunity for not only for the students, but, you know, they go home to their families and talk about TCC as well. By now, most of you have guessed that I love the energy and the engagement and exciting opportunities of being on any college campus, and particularly Tarrant County College campus. And so I want to congratulate all of the student service professionals on all 6 campuses who work every day to create and produce exciting engagement opportunities for students in so many variety of venues throughout the campuses. And thanks to social media, I've been able to be there with you on many of those. Your welcome back activities, your resource fairs, your campus club showcases have just been phenomenal, and I appreciate that, and it's so important. I, for one, believe, having worked in student services while I was attending undergraduate school, it's very much an integral part of a full college education, and so I want to thank you to all the staff, the students, and faculty for ensuring a vibrant college experience. And also in recognition of Black History Month, there have been so many activities. Your creativity just never ceases to amaze me. Yesterday, I was particularly excited to share in the Dallas Black Dance Theater, which was on South Campus. And I'm also looking forward to participating in some other events the remainder of the month. And as I walked in today, I was just delighted to get a glimpse of some of the artwork that's along Main Street, which will be featured in the East Fork Gallery. And so what you think might not be important, might not be noticed, it's wonderful, it's very important. And I just want to thank you all. And having been sequestered, I want to thank you for the effort that you make to expose all of the public, not just the students, but to the activities through your very active social media outlets. So thank you, and I look forward to getting back to being on more on-campus events very soon.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Morrison. Well, and Dr. Morrison, you know, you talked about all of the activities that people have been involved in, and it does take a lot of dedication and commitment, and so thank you to all the trustees. We also want to take the time to thank you and acknowledge you as you completed your 45th year serving on this board, and you are now entering your 46th year. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I thought. So Dr. Morrison joined our board in 1976. And your contributions, of course, to this board and to this college and to our community are just numerous. They're just countless. So I'm going to take a moment here to just highlight a few, if you don't mind. And yes, surprise. And we got one over you. You're never surprised. Dr. Morrison's always aware of everything that's going on. So. So these are just a few interesting factoids of information over your years of service since 1976. So TCC has awarded almost 150,000 degrees and certificates. The community served by TCC Tarrant County has grown from about 860,000 in 1980 to about 2,110,000 in 2020. TCC has served about 900,000 students since 1976, and TCC has added 3 additional campuses after its opening its third campus, Northwest Campus, the only one that was opened in the bicentennial in 1976. It was the only one in the nation. And TCC has grown from 0 early college high schools to 23 since 1976. And TCC has grown from about 65 programs to over more than 200, and all of that while you've been sitting on this board. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the entire TCC community, we want to acknowledge you and we want to thank you for your years of service and dedication, and we look forward to celebrating another year again, and hopefully we'll continue on and on. But we also have a little surprise for you, because there's some other folks that want to thank you and recognize you as well. So.
Tarrant County College has been fortunate to be the benefactor of Dr. Morrison's 45 years of service. She is an unwavering champion of TCC and its ability to impact lives, and her belief that education is a pathway to a world of opportunity serves as a constant reminder of the importance of the college's mission. Dr. Morrison, thank you for all you do and will continue to do for TCC and the Tarrant County community.
Hi, I'm Fort Worth Mayor Maddie Parker, and I want to say a huge congratulations to Dr. Gwen Morrison for her 45-year milestone. Dr. Morrison's years of service to the Tarrant County College District Board of Trustees has had an immense impact on education in Fort Worth. We truly cannot thank you enough for sharing your time and expertise with us all. We truly stand on the shoulders of giants, and you are definitely that, Dr. Morrison. Thank you for all you've done for Fort Worth and for Tarrant County.
Congratulations, Dr. Morrison, on your 45 years of service at the Tarrant County College District Board of Trustees. We in Fort Worth are grateful for your leadership, and I know all of Tarrant County joins me in celebrating your dedication to our community.
I'm State Senator Royce West, and I want to say congratulations to my friend, Dr. Gwen Morrison, for 45 years of service to the Tarrant County Community College District. Congratulations.
Dr. Morrison, I'm delighted to be able to say thank you for the 45 years of service that you've given Tarrant County on the Tarrant County College Board. We couldn't have done without you. And thank you for all of the services that you've rendered. And thank you for all the young people that you have touched. God bless you. And thank you again.
Hi, Gwen. Congratulations on 45 years. That's a wonderful milestone. We congratulate and appreciate you. Keep the faith and keep up the good work. But Queen Elizabeth is still ahead of you. Bye.
An innovator, a motivator, a lady that always gets it done, thinking about others in the process. That is our 45-year public servant, Dr. Gwen Morrison. Thank you for being who you are and how you are each and every day. Love you and appreciate your friendship. And I know I call you my mentor, but I know there are thousands of us out here. Thank you for being that to so many.
Dr. Morrison, congratulations on 45 years of service to the Tarrant County Board of Trustees. You've done a great job. Fort Worth is proud of you. Carver Heights is proud of you. Stop 6, our entire city. Thank you for your service.
Hi, Gwen. You and I go way back. I have long admired your sincere dedication to our community, especially through your 45 years of serving on the Tarrant County College District Board of Trustees. Congratulations and thank you, Gwen.
Mama Gwen, Dr. Gwen Morrison, I am so elated, so proud of you for 45 years of faithful, incredible service. I love you so much, and I thank you for all that you've done for my life personally, and I just want to say a big congratulations on all of your successes and for leading the way on showing what servitude looks like. Really love you, Mama.
Congratulations to Dr. Gwendolyn Morrison on your 45 years of service to the Tarrant County College District. As a fellow elected, I revere you as our senior member, senior in years of service, not in age. I'm still older than you, but you are the glue that holds us together. And you are a shining example of public service. Congratulations, Dr. Morrison. And we certainly wish you well on your every future endeavor.
Dr. Morrison, Gwen, it is my distinct honor to be here, even if it's just by video, to congratulate you on over 4 decades of service to Tarrant County students. You know, you and I share a great passion for education at every level, from K all the way through, from actually pre-K all the way through college. And we both know, as do your colleagues on the Tarrant County College Board, that education is the great key to the future of our students, economically and culturally. It's the key to a successful future for Tarrant County. And thank you, Gwen, for your devotion to our students. May God bless and keep you as you go on your way from here. And as we say in the Methodist Church, thank you for your time, your talents, your gifts, and your service to Tarrant County students. We owe you a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid.
That was awesome. I am.
You want to say a few words,
lost.
Dr. Morrison?
Well, all I can say is thank you. You all are so great and so gracious, and I'm so grateful for the opportunities that I've had to serve, and I look forward to earning the gratitude that you've expressed to me. Thank you.
Dr. Morrison, this has to be the only thing we've ever been able to get by you, isn't it? I don't know.
I did not have a clue. I just know everybody was really anxious for me to be on time. I have this habit. In fact, it used to be a management technique. Do one more thing before you leave your office. Mm-hmm. Did anybody else ever get told that?
Yes.
Well, everybody was like, no, you need to go. What time, you know? So I got here and I wasn't out of breath. And now you've taken my breath away.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, thank you. And thank you so much to everyone that was contributed and organized this. Thank you so much. And we pray that you will continue to be a staunch advocate for education and for TCC. Yes, thank you. All right. We'll move on to item number 4. There's no consent agenda items, so we'll move on to consideration and approval of individual action items. 5A, consideration and approval of the purchase of hardware from Sequel Data Systems, Inc., Converge 1, and GDT for NetLab server hardware, software, extended maintenance, and installation assistance in the amount of $394,035.30 for a 3-year period. Okay, Mr. Bob Pacheco.
Good evening. So across the district, there are computer labs that are used to teach our students how to do computer security, network support, and things along that line. The problem with that is that it's inefficient and we don't use all the resources effectively as possible because we're constrained by hours. So what we're proposing here is a consolidation of this using NetLabs into the TCC data center. By doing so, we actually make it virtual so that our students at any time of the day, any time of the week, day, whatever, they'll be able to access and learn these things. And at the same time, we're consolidating and standardizing so that all the campuses have the same experience. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Pacheco or comments? For those of you that are watching this live stream, this information has been provided to the trustees ahead of time, so they've had some time to review. So any other questions, comments? Okay, we'll entertain a motion. So moved by Mr. Kine. Second by Mr. Horn. Seconded? Is that Mr. Hornsby or Mr. Greenhill? Mr. Hornsby, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion carries. 5B, consideration and approval of the student fees for academic year 2022 and 2023. Dr. Elva LeBlanc, good evening.
Good evening, Trustee Ayala, board members, Dr. Giovannini, and Dr. Morrison. Congratulations. Seems like yesterday you were starting as a board member. That's right. So we would like consideration and approval of the student fees for 2022-2023. The fees have remained the same for several years, and there has been no change. The student fees, just as a refresher, are linked to specific courses. They cover non-instructional costs associated with programs such as admissions requirements, exams. If a program requires background checks, that has to be included, and you have the list there. Not everyone pays, only those that are using the service.
Thank you, Dr. LeBlanc. Any questions or comments on the fees? Chancellor, would you mind making a comment?
Just
about
like to make a couple of comments related to fees, and those of you that may have been associated with other institutions. We have a unique philosophy, and that, as Dr. LeBlanc indicated, it's the fee for those activities. We don't do things like a student activity fee or a technology fee. Many institutions do that. And so we think that's important philosophically, to lessen the burden on our students overall. In addition, as time has gone on, more and more technology is enabled for things to happen where students didn't have to pay the fees for. So it's headed in the right direction. But this institution is unique in that the only fees that are levied are just that tuition and specifically fees for the services students would have in a particular program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Comments or questions? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
So moved from Mr. Greenhill.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hornsby. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Dr. LeBlanc. 5C, consideration and approval of patient care technician level 1 certificate program. Dr. LeBlanc.
Thank you. We're recommending approval of the patient care technician level 1 certificate program. This is an entry-level technician program that a student can earn 15 hours, get the certificate, and start employment. And it's linked with pathways, so they could start at this level, begin to earn money, and continue their education. It dovetails with other programs that we have at Tarrant County College. Once you approve this, it will go to the Higher Education Coordinating Board for approval and to Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges for approval before we could implement it. So the first step is for you to say yes.
Dr. LeBlanc, I was very interested in the burning glass concept. Tell me more about that. It sounds very interesting. Is it just technology to get people into?
It's software that gives us up-to-date information on the market and salaries, the possibilities of obtaining a job. So we want to train people to be able to acquire a job. And we don't want to train them for something that they may not be able to get employment. So that's simply used to get that information. And you have in your package, you have a review of how much, what the entry salary would be, that sort of thing, and that's what we get from Burning Glass.
As I say, it's pretty ironic that previously I told everyone that I met a technician at a therapy location that she wants to be in this program, PCT, that's what she called it. And it's just kind of ironic. Thank you.
It's a miracle.
Yeah.
And
what is PCT? Well, now I know. Okay.
I also have support here. Dr. Umebayashi is the Dean of Nursing, and he's been responsible for taking all of the nursing programs and certificates from good to great. And so if you have additional questions, he can also give me support.
We'd love to hear.
We'd love to hear.
You'd love to hear from you. Tell us more.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
As you know, this community needs more healthcare professionals. It is our obligation to produce highly skilled healthcare professionals. Many high schools, Northside High School, Bardville High Schools, approached us to establish dual credit PCT program. We need more younger healthcare workforce, and we need more healthcare professionals. And also, many healthcare organizations, such as Medical City Healthcare System and Texas Health Resources, reached out to us to create apprentice PCT program so that their employees can earn wages while they attend our program. I think this is a great opportunity for us to create the pathway for those younger generation to become healthcare professionals and eventually to become nurses or other healthcare professionals. I think this is a great stepping stone for those students to become professional level healthcare workforce.
Right.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Ume?
I just have.
Sure.
I think I'm reading this the way it is, but it doesn't look like these courses actually apply to any other healthcare programs that we have, because it says these hours in technical courses specific to patient care technicians, so they may not do any of these go forward in any of the other programs that we already have.
Sure. This patient care technician program include EKG program and also phlebotomy program. This will allow our graduate to also work as EKG technician and phlebotomist. Also, we do have vocational nursing program, and we gave credit for PCT program graduate to skip the first semester clinical, so that we do have also pathway to the vocational nursing program.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Ume. Any other questions or comments?
I'd like to make a motion to approve if there are no other questions.
Okay. There's a motion on the table by Mr. Greenhill. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Dr.
Thank
Morrison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Long. Thank you, Dr. Ume. Okay. Consideration and approval of the amendment number 2 to the agreement with Jacobs Project Management Company for the Real Estate and Facilities Asset Management Program in an amount not to exceed $1,253,258. And this was continued from the previous meeting. Ms. Alanis.
Yes, it was. You heard more about this last week, but had several questions that we want to answer for you. They're going to pull up a slide deck for me that you also have a copy of at your places.
Yes, there's something called asset management.
Yeah, so you received a full briefing last week about asset management and some of the other initiatives that are ongoing, but we wanted to provide a little bit more context for you. So just as a reminder, master planning helps us guide the future development of our campuses, whether it's adding buildings, removing buildings, acquiring land, all of those things that align with our vision and mission. It's what should we build, demo, and so on over time. That's the work that Corrigan is doing for us right now. Asset management, on the other hand, helps us acquire an inventory and a condition of all of our assets, and to plan for not only the repair and maintenance of those, but also the replacement of them over time as well. It helps us figure out how to invest in our facilities and have a strategy around that to make sure that we're spending our money effectively. So those two things are happening side by side in our organization right now. So one of the questions that was asked last week that was a good one is you picked up on the comment that the master plan is not necessarily or is not an educational adequacy assessment. So in other words, it really is looking at demographics of the programs and so on, but there's a number of things that are sort of guiding what our educational needs are over time. So back before the bond election, there were a variety of charrettes that were held in development of the 3G8P, and that was a huge guide in terms of what the educational needs of the institution were, ultimately focusing us on student experience, learning commons, the classroom experience, and all of those that ultimately led to us developing educational specifications for those types of facilities over time that would serve the needs of students. And so the intent there is, again, not repairing and preserving the status quo, but planning for what the future state of those types of facilities would be to serve students. There is some, during the master planning process, certainly there's discussion with the campuses about program expansions, future programs, those kinds of things during the interviews that will be reflected in the program. In addition, just like you heard about a new program tonight, one of the things that we do continually, because you're always sort of flying the plane and while you're repairing and building it, that we certainly assess as those things come up, what are the facility needs to be able to accommodate and serve those. So it's sort of all of these things happening in tandem to make decisions about what we build and expand. So I know you can't see the screen, but you've got it in front of you. But I wanted to give you a sense of the different contracts that are in motion related to this. So the first section talks about our Jacobs agreement, and as you know, we hired them to be our program manager for the bond program. So over the next 5 years, they're helping us deliver that bond program. They're doing a really good job. Back in June of 2021, so early last summer was the first time we came to you with a proposed amendment to cover the facility condition assessment and the asset management program that we have before you today, or part of it before you today. That was continued until August. We brought it back to you to have further explanation and discussion about why that program was necessary. As I said last week, in a perfect world, a lot of those things would have been completed and finished before the bond program, but we're quite frankly not that unusual from a lot of other organizations that may not be fully organized around all of those inputs. But with the addition of Jacobs, as well as the addition of Okong Hemmings with our real estate and facilities group, it became apparent that we needed to do a little bit more planning to make sure that every dollar that we spend is well thought out and so on. So that caused us to want to add the facility condition assessment as well as the asset management program. So what you'll see there is the full amount of the proposed program is about $2 million. You approved the first $690,000 to get us started on the facility condition assessment back in August. And the remainder is what we have before you today. Adjacent to that is the Corrigan program, the master planning agreement that was approved back in October. That work is underway and will guide the capital plan that we intend to bring to you in August as part of our budgeting process. One of the things I'll note there is that between these two items, it's helping us extensively on the campuses that are not Northwest and not Southeast that we've been doing massive redevelopment plans for. It'll help us organize and sequence and understand the work that needs to be done there to achieve the 3 Goal 8 principles on those campuses, as well as make sure that, again, we're building the right things and maintaining the right things and then deciding when buildings need to come down. The final thing I'll hit on, we talked about software. And I feel like I made a mistake all along by calling this an asset management program, because I don't mean program in terms of software. It's asset management is the overall program to implement how you manage your capital investments. However, we know that there's going to be at some point an investment in software to help us maintain this over time and make good use of the data to guide our spending. We don't know at the moment exactly how much that is. We've taken a look at sort of the list price of some of the Cadillac of systems, and they could be between $300,000 and $400,000 a year in terms of licensing. I reluctantly say that because I don't know that we need that product to that extent. Right now we're using spreadsheets and Microsoft tools, smart sheets, and so on. And one of the things that will happen as we stand up the program is that we will assess how much of a tool we need and what we need to shift to and help you guys make that decision with us when we're ready, probably a year or two from now, to be honest with you. There are other products that are in play, including even our system to take in requests for repairs of our facilities that may no longer be needed. Depending on what we do with this, it may replace some of those things. And so, again, it's just premature for us to know exactly what that looks like. And so it's the only thing that we left out of this broad explanation of what it is that we're proposing. One of the things that we sent to you when we talked about this last summer also was an explanation of why the cost is as much as it is. And really it's because of the duration of time that we will have essentially staff augmentation in place. And so as you can see that the facility condition assessment and some of the initial assessment activities are a pretty short order with a limited team. However, the longer effort of making this a part of how we do business, training our people and working with them to make this a function within our organization is more extensive. It's over a 2-year period and includes 6 professional people. And so, we spend a lot of money on staff internally, and this is sort of a reflection that we're hiring staff augmentation to get us over this hump to stand up the program. So the other thing I'll share with you is just so that you can see over time sort of how this sort of all fits together. We did the camera assessment where they went through, and Rigo last week described to you all of the work that was done to understand what we're doing today, what the gaps are, and to start to develop a game plan around how we're going to handle all of this. They're wrapping up the facility condition assessment as well. They've started providing some of that preliminary information to Corrigan for the master planning purposes so that they can have the benefit of knowing which facilities are obsolete and reaching the end of their useful life as they're coming forward with their recommendations. And then the master planning will take us through August when we hope to be in front of you with a 5-year capital plan that reflects the results of all of that work. That's part of what makes it a little bit time sensitive is all these parts are working together to get us to the point where we've got a really, really clear financial plan. One of the things I'll add is that last week you heard also the challenges that we're having with inflation and timing and all these things, and having this information as a foundation while we're wrestling with all those other things that are a little bit more dynamic and unknown it will be nothing but helpful in terms of that process by taking these variables out of that. We've also noted here that, again, the software will be at some point in the future that will be coming forward over time. And the numbers on here, they reflect a 3-year licensing cost over time. So then the final thing I'll talk to you about is, so the green line, line C, was sort of what we originally anticipated our capital delivery for the bond program would be. There'd be this big surge that would include a lot of the work on the south and northeast and which campus am I missing? TR, the one we're standing at. But what we recommended to you a while ago was, again, to pause to do some of this work to get a little bit more organized in terms of how we would sequence all of that work. And so you can see that we flattened that out a little bit, extending it. Again, another risk. Ms. DeKine, you talked about that last time. You know that, extending it over time, that there are risks associated with that. But again, why it's sort of critical for us to complete this work and move forward with having a capital plan that the board can adopt, publish, and share with the college and the community as a whole. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you. Ms. Alanis, do you have questions?
Well, I would just say I sort of led the effort to give a little further consideration of this last week, and Ms. Alanis has provided me with some additional information. I appreciate that. I fully understand why this work needs to be done. She also advised me that apparently I was not in the meeting when this was previously discussed back in August. So that's why, really.
Actually, let me clarify. That was November about the Southeast, the one that you acted on last week with the steel purchase. So
Excuse me, okay.
you've been here for this, but it was a long time ago.
Well, I wasn't familiar with it for whatever reason. Anyway, I'm comfortable with moving ahead with it, and if it's appropriate, I'll make a motion that we approve this.
I do have one comment. Thank you for putting this together. I was helping my husband change an air filter the other day in our house, and he took it out, and it was disgusting. And I said, "When was the last time you changed this?" And he said, "Well, I changed it back in July." And I said, "Well, it's February, and we've lived in this house for over 5 years, and you should know that the optimal time at which this point, we've lived in this house is every 4 months." And so we were going back and forth about how important it was to change air filters and how this is the single most, expensive purchase in our family's life, this house. And we had a 9-year-old standing in the corner, and she said, "Y'all need a spreadsheet."
And she's hired.
I know. But he's an engineer, and I do this stuff every single day. And it was just a great reminder of we all have to be reminded of this asset management process every so often. We have to understand that there are multiple inputs into it and that we're always in multiple portions of those inputs. But it was very clear to my 9-year-old what we all needed. So I appreciate the work that you all are doing on making sure that we're getting this all straight. I think just as a board, because we're not changing that air filter every single month, it's very helpful to have a reminder. So
That's a great analogy, and I hope you did now not inherit that task in your household.
That's the problem. When you bring things up like that, they become yours.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Kine. I think, Dr. Morrison, do you have a comment?
I have a question, and I just wanted to clarify, to verify that the same,
Turn your mic.
okay, it's on, but I need to pull it to me, that the same MWBE participation that we have in our other contract will carry over to this one as it relates to subcontractors and consultants?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good question. Okay, I think we're going to make a motion.
I move approval.
Move approval from Mr. Barr. Second from Mr. Greenhill. I keep thinking it's Mr. Hornsby. That said it. Okay, second by Mr. Greenhill. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you for all the additional information and for the efforts on this. I've worked with asset management tools before, and they are very, very helpful. So thank you. Okay, monthly financial report, Ms. Alanis. I'm going to pull up a chair.
Well, and you just received one last week, and so there's not a lot that's eventful to describe, but I will note that for our income, we are actually at 71.3% of what we would anticipate for the year, and that's just reflective of that we get our big bump of property taxes in January each year, so that's been received and is reflected there, but we're on track on the expenditure side.
Okay, also you have 6B, monthly investment report.
I do, and I've distributed this, and it's really not remarkable, other than last week you received a briefing from PFM to talk about the substantial change that you guys have made in the investment policy, as well as the work that we're getting with active management of our portfolio now, and obviously not reflected here yet because the funds were in transition as they described there, but hopefully we'll start to see the benefit of that work in the coming months.
Anyone have any questions or comments for Ms. Alanis?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go on to item number 7, the Chancellor's report.
Thank you, Ms. Ayala. First, we have the briefing regarding redistricting after the 2020 census, and we have some visitors with us here this evening, Lisa McBride and Jesse Gaines, and Ms. Bracken will give an intro.
Good evening, President Ayala, trustees. We're here this evening to give you some information about redistricting. As you know, this is something we do every 10 years after the census has been completed. And in years past, the district was represented by Mr. Tom Carr. Tom has retired, and so we have hired Lisa McBride, who is an attorney with the Thompson and Horton firm. She's joining us by Zoom, and there's a familiar face here, Mr. Jesse Gaines, who's with the Gaines Law Firm, and the two of them together, I feel very confident, will be a great tag team, both to help you understand this process and also help us shepherd us through the business of redistricting between now and our 2023 election. Jesse?
She's there. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Gaines, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm going to make sure Lisa ready.
Or I'm sorry, Mr. Gaines can hear. How about Ms.
Yeah.
McBride?
Ms. McBride.
Ms. McBride? We cannot hear Ms. No. Did she drop?
Well,
we may have to. That's
I'll
right.
just go ahead.
If you'd like to get started.
I'll just go ahead and start
please,
while she's on here.
We welcome you, Mr. Gaines.
Thank you very much. It's quite an honor for me to come and to work with Ms. McBride on the redistricting. As many of you know who've been on this board, I have worked on the redistricting process for many years with this board. I worked with Mr. Carr on the redistricting the past 2011 cycle. And many of you, some of you were on the board at that time. I think 3 of you were there. Two, Mr. Greenhill, Dr. Morrison, and of course, Mr. Councilman, and of course, Mayor Barr, who I worked with on the Fort Worth City redistricting, also when he was the mayor and the council. So anyway, and again, thanking this board for everything you've done. And when we was listening to Dr. Morrison, the presentation of all your years of service to this community, and I was remembering and reminded of the origination of the Tarrant County College Board of Trustees and how it got started. And even when it was started, it had a minority representation on the board. Reverend Haynes, I believe, served on this board, and we have continued that throughout these years of service. Many of you know, approximately somewhere in the 1990s, the board had been elected at large for all those number of years. And some period in the 80s and 90s, the board decided that perhaps this should be single-member districts, should go to a single-member district system. And the board voted to go to a single-member district system. And that system, I think, has served us well throughout the years. And again, it's an honor and a privilege to be here. And I'm going to pause and see if we've got Ms. McBride on now. We don't have, okay. Thank you.
Is Ms. McBride joined?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, if not,
Would you like for us to
if not, I'll just go ahead and we can fill in if you can't get her on. Yeah, fill in. Okay, redistricting after the 2020 census. Many of you know this is just an informational presentation. We've had God knows how many censuses since 1790. 1790 was the first time that we did a census. It's one of the things that's in the Constitution. We have to count every 10 years. And I don't believe we have ever missed one through wars, famine, and through the pandemic. We still had, and it was a little late now. It was late and delayed, but we had a census. So it happened. So that's what we're at. So the redistricting is a process by which the boundaries of elective districts or single districts are periodically redrawn. And in the Tarrant County College system, they're done every 10 years after the new census. And it's in response to changes in the population. and that's where we're on. And why? Why do we have to do this? The Texas Education Code, Section 130.08222, AK, requires a school board to redivide single-member districts if the census data indicates that the population of the most populous district exceeds the population of the least populous district by more than 10%. That's why we have to do it. Okay? When? In this instance, when we did the census, we did the redistricting 10 years ago, I believe the state passed a new law, I don't remember the exact number, I think it was Education Code 100, where we have to get on a new cycle of elections. I mean, if you know, we stretched out the terms for some, and we had to go through all that, and we got on a different cycle of election. So not later than the 90th day of the first regular trustee election, at which trustees may officially recognize and act on the last preceding federal census, the board shall redivide the districts into the appropriate number of trustee districts, which is 7, if the census data indicate the population in most districts exceed the population by 10%, and that's what we just mentioned. The board is required to hold May election in odd number of years. So we have May elections coming up May 2023. Therefore, redistricting for May election will be implemented at the May 6, 2023 election, and the board must redistrict by February 5th, 2023. I believe that is the date of the filing deadline when a person can file. So that they must be in place by then. Do we have Ms. McBride yet? If not, I'll continue because I don't want. She's the lead on this, so I'm just okay. Okay, is she? Okay.
I'll share a comment from Reverend L.B. George.
Okay.
He said, always remember it's the spare tire that brings you home.
Oh, man, okay.
So go ahead.
Thank you. So what has to be done? We have to understand the legal requirements and deadlines. We have to determine the redistricting process. We have to determine trustee and community input, and we have to establish redistricting criteria. And we have to have a demographer to do analysis, and we draw and redraw alternate plans, and we have public comment on these plans, and we adopt a plan. And I remember 10 years ago we put the plan on on display at the Mayon Center up the street. We put the plan on the internet, I believe, and we made sure that all the campuses had the proposed plans out so people could look at them and comment on the plans. An example of trustee and community input, board meetings, workshops, one-on-one with the legal and demography team, community meetings, public board meetings, public hearings, community task forces, hearings, town hall meetings, single-member district-specific community meetings, educational videos. All these are ways that we can make sure that the public has an opportunity to participate. In the past, I believe maybe the 2000 or 1990 census, we would establish a committee. The board would appoint a committee to go out into the community and have meetings and discuss various alternative plans. So it's all kind of surveys and things that you can do. Redistricting process. First, the board must thoroughly be briefed on the legal requirements and deadline. The next step is to brief the board on all relevant population and demographic data and their purpose in redistricting, including specifically the college 2010 census and the benchmark plan. The benchmark plan is a plan that's in existence now. Now, the plan that's in existence now is the college's 2020 census data and whether the requirements of redistrict has been triggered. The plan that's in place now, what we call the benchmark plan, that plan, we no longer submit our plans to approval to the Justice Department. There was a Supreme Court case 2013, Shelby versus Holder, which declared that Section 5 preclearance was unconstitutional. Before we would submit our plans to the Justice Department after each redistricting cycle for approval. So we don't have to do that anymore. However, there might be an opportunity for a new pre-clearance provision that might come into effect. So we want to make sure that any plan we come up with is subject that will stand the test of time. And that's what we're going to do. That's what we're required to do. So the prior plan was approved. The plan that we have that we're under right now was approved. So that's very important.
Can you hear me now? Were you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Well,
Jesse, I didn't want to interrupt. It's nice to be with you guys.
Okay, thank you.
we're glad to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry about that technical difficulty.
That's okay.
If you could just start at number 8, and I think we can move on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jesse. If you'll advance to the next slide. So the next step in the process after the board is thoroughly briefed on their 2010 census data versus their 2020 census data and analyzing whether that 10% threshold has been met, it's really important for the board to understand all relevant other data, which is total population, which is going to be used to figure out whether that 10% threshold has been met, and whether your single member districts are of roughly equal size, as well as voting age population and citizen voting age population. Those measures are important because that tells us whether single member districts that are greater than 50% minority, whether or not as a result of population shifts, there's been any vote dilution over the decade that we have to adjust as we're rebalancing to bring each of your single member districts back into near equal population. So we'll look at those figures, total population for one measurement, near equal population, and voting age and citizen voting age for another measurement that we're required to look at, which is voting strength or vote dilution, which we want to avoid because we don't want to challenge under the Voting Rights Act. Although we don't have to pre-clear our plan under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, our plan can be challenged after adopted by either the Department of Justice or a private citizen under Section 2. So that's why we want to look at not only total population figures, but also voting age and citizen voting age figures. Then what's going to be very, very important at the outset of this, this is a board-driven process. The board will develop the timeline in the process to get us from now until February of 2023 to get us to adopt a plan that satisfies the 10% rule. But we want to be talking the same language. So we want to develop a common set of map drawing principles, what we call our criteria. Some of them are statutory, things that we have to take into consideration as we rebalance your single member districts. They have to be of near equal population. They have to be compact and contiguous. We have to try to avoid splitting county precincts. But if we have to, in order to equalize population, we will. And we have to bring your overall system back into balance, meaning that the difference between your most populous and least populous single member districts has to be 10% or under. So those are going to be some of your map drawing principles because those are statutory requirements. But other map drawing principles, which are just traditional redistricting criteria, would include keeping communities of interest together, keeping neighborhoods together, using natural boundaries to separate your single member districts, even once you're redrawing them, and taking into account other political features like election precincts and polling places. Those are not statutorily required, but they are neutral and criteria that have been upheld by courts. And so by developing that list of criteria, that gives us our marching orders by which we would judge any proposed maps that bring us back into balance so that we're using the appropriate language. We're not over-focusing on something or under-focusing on something that might bring us into legal jeopardy. Next slide, please. And so after developing the principles regarding map drawing, then we are ready. Now that we have our data, we know what our principles are that we're going to draw or evaluate any maps by. We're ready to actually get an initial draft of maps and actively compare and contrast them against our map principles and talk about them as a board and actually put them out to your community and get community input on those maps, and then narrow those maps down to one or two to have a final presentation to your community before final adoption by the board. So that's sort of a 30,000-foot view of the process. The process starts with heavy education of the board of the law and the legal requirements, then heavy education on what your census data actually reveals from a total population, voting age population, and citizen voting age standpoint, and then putting that information along with your map drawing principles into practice by looking at proposed maps until we come up with a final map that best meets, that is most faithful to those map drawing principles. Next slide, please. And so we have here a proposed 30,000-foot view timeline that gets us from today, February 2020, all the way to Election Day, which is May 6th of 2023. And over the next couple of board meetings, we really need to put meat on the bone of this timeline and determine how many board meetings we're going to actually be discussing redistricting, because we have a couple of more educational presentations, including the presentation of your census data, as well as opportunities to present proposed maps to the board. And then we need to decide what your community engagement process is going to be. Are we going to present proposed maps to the community early on in the process, or are we going to wait till later on in the process when we're starting to narrow it down based on board member input before going out to different areas of the community to seek input? And how do we want to engage things like your social media and your website to also obtain public input? But as you can see, there are things that need to be accomplished each month to get us to where we want to be by Election Day. And as Jesse indicated, the deadline, the statutory deadline to complete this process is 90 days before your May election of 2023. That's February 5th of 2023. That deadline is sandwiched between the first day for candidates to file for a place on the ballot in your May of 2023 election and the last day to file. So our recommendation is to get this done before January of 2023. Mid-January of 2023 is the first day to file. The reason why we want to have these maps adopted and drawn and community buy-in before that first day to file is because people seeking to be on the board, to run to be on the board, need to know the boundaries within which they need to live in order to know whether they're eligible to run. So although we have until technically February 5th of 2023 to complete this process, because that really is in between the filing deadline, a more prudent course of action is to complete this before January of 2023. And you will see on this timeline, we have the board adopting a final map in December of 2022, which I think just puts you in a much better position to meet expectations and to comply with the law. But what we'll be doing over the next couple of board meetings is really expanding this timeline to really determine how many board meetings, whether they're going to be special board meetings, whether you want to use a task force or a subcommittee of the board to do some of this work. How do we want to handle getting trustee input outside of board meetings with respect to proposed maps? And then how do we want to handle getting community input? Using your website, using educational videos, and having either a college-wide town halls or specific town halls in individual single-member districts to make it more convenient for the community. So those are some things that we can talk about and finalize over the course of the next couple of meetings, as we're also presenting to you your census data, which will be the linchpin from which we will start this whole endeavor together to look at how do we bring your single member districts back into balance. You'll go to the next slide. And then the last slide I have here, that Jesse and I have here, is just something for you to begin thinking about potential map drawing principles or criteria. I reviewed some of those with you tonight. These are very traditional. I'm sure these are probably very similar to the ones that would have been adopted in 2010 when we were looking at your 2010 data, but they're just something to begin thinking about as to whether you would like to adopt these same criteria again. Again, the importance of the criteria is because this is going to be the report card for any map or maps that we draw. It's going to be how we judge them, how we talk about maps with each other, and how we express support or non-support for a map. It's how faithful they are to these criteria. And on this list, the statutorily required ones are the first one, coming within that 10% deviation as it relates to your most populous and least populous single member districts. Near equal population, compact and contiguous, those are all state laws. Avoiding retrogression of minority voting rights, that's a federal law, the Voting Rights Act. And then the next couple of ones are just good map drawing principles. Use easily identifiable boundaries when possible. Preserve incumbent constituency relations by not drawing any current trustees out of their single member districts, but taking into account their current residences and making sure those residences stay within the new single member district lines. Maintaining communities of interest and neighborhoods together. And then the next one is a principle that we have in redistricting, which is if it's not broken, don't attempt to fix it. So since your last map from 2010 has worked for you over the decade and got pre-clearance from the Department of Justice, we're going to use that as a baseline from which to make any adjustments in order to satisfy these criteria. But your 2010 map will always be the benchmark from which we draw. We won't start over from scratch since that worked and that has already gotten approval. And then to make ourselves a good election partner with other entities that have elections on the same day that we have elections, we're going to avoid splitting county election precincts to the extent possible. But if we have to split one or two in order to come within the 10% rule, or in order to have near equal population, or particularly to avoid retrogression or vote dilution of minority rights, the law allows us to. So that particular criteria would be subordinate to some of the others. So just want you to begin looking at these criteria, thinking about them, so that at a future board meeting, we could be in a position to not only develop a stricter, more detailed timeline, but to actually adopt the criteria, which will be the report card we'll use going forward once we get that census data to actually judge proposed maps. And so that's the process and a quick overview of some of the major legal principles in the redistricting process. At this time, Jesse and I welcome your questions.
I have a quick question.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Ms. McBride. Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Go ahead. Dr. Morrison.
Having looked at the data, do you anticipate that we'll need to redraw any of the districts?
Basically, the county, we went from 1,800,000 basically from 2010. Now we're at 2,110,640. So that's now all of you math majors, I think that's about 300,000 increase in the population in Tarrant County. So that leads me to believe that that's perhaps correct. A district was 258,000 approximately in 2010. 2020 is going to be 300,000 or more number of people in each district. So in all likelihood, there will be a need to redraw the districts. That's correct.
I wholeheartedly agree. Most of the entities that we've been doing this work for, the deviation is anywhere between 20% to 70% because there's just been that much growth in Texas. And so when you get your census data, it'll tell you what your average single member district size was in 2010. And when you look at that data by single member district, what you will notice is most of your single member districts were right around that average size. Not exactly that average size because it was an equal population. But what you will see is over the decade, not only have your single member districts gotten larger, but they have gravitated further away from that average size. And that's why you're going to be greater than that 10% deviation. And that you're going to be required to rebalance to come closer to the new average size, taking into account the growth across the board.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you,
If
Mr. Gaines.
not-
Thank you, Ms. McBride.
Yeah, we certainly look forward to working with
Yes.
each of you to complete this process. Thank you
Absolutely.
again.
This has been very helpful, at least give us a foundation, and I'm sure we'll be having further questions and further updates.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. LeBlanc will provide a briefing on faculty placement and promotion.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So my presentation today is on faculty placement and promotion. In order to understand the vetting process that we follow in placing and promoting faculty, we need to start with a conversation on the importance of faculty qualifications. So our overall focus is to create the culture committed to student-ready, exceptional learning environment, and faculty are key to that. We often say that what distinguishes an extraordinary post-secondary institution from an ordinary institution is the faculty. They are extremely important. Our faculty pathway to excellence includes college strategies for faculty learning, engagement, and recognition. Faculty learning means that faculty understand our students and their diverse needs, and they use different strategies to approach and engage them. Faculty engagement also talks about high expectations and providing high support for our students. It's important to include, to consider the faculty qualification criteria, starting with Southern Association for Colleges and Schools, Commission on Colleges. While their criteria for accreditation have changed over the years, one criterion has remained consistent, and that is faculty qualifications, which includes the educational attainment. We also have Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Their expectations are aligned with the accreditation requirements. We have universities that only accept student transfer credits for courses taught by faculty whose credentials are aligned with university requirements. If a faculty member teaches courses designed for transfer, he or she must have a master's degree or higher with a minimum of 18 graduate hours in the teaching discipline. And finally, our public schools require a minimum of a bachelor's degree to teach. So these are our partners, the public schools and the universities. We have a number of policies that speak to the appointment and rank, the hiring process, the requirements for eligibility, and promotion. When we talk about placement and rank, we have DC local and DBA local. And in each case, we look at the educational attainment of the faculty member, as well as work experience and other credentials that they may bring to the table. So we are very careful about checking official faculty transcripts. The placement at higher process flow, you will note that there are multiple stakeholders. So the process typically begins on the campus, where you have an interviewing committee that reviews applications. They go through the interview process, and the committee, the dean, the vice president, and the presidents are involved in interviewing the faculty. They, in turn, will create the hiring proposal, initiate faculty credentialing process, provide required documentation, and they will make a recommendation for rank. At each level, there's recommendation. That goes to the district academic affairs, where they check the transcripts and the credentials to ensure that they are aligned with the courses that they will be teaching. From there, it goes to HR, talent and acquisition. They look at it through a different lens. They look at the job posting and ensure that the faculty credentials are aligned with the job posting. And finally, you go to HR, compensation and administration. So there are folks at every level throughout the college reviewing the faculty credentials. When speaking to the promotion in rank, we have policy addressing that, and promotion in rank is a way to reward faculty who are continuing their educational attainment. They're making progress toward increasing competency in teaching and learning, and they're making contributions to student learning. So we connect the dots between faculty excellence and student success. The vice presidents for academic affairs give presentations every fall, and they inform the faculty of the process that they have to follow in order to initiate the request for promotion in rank. And it does start with the faculty. So promotion in rank criteria: to be eligible, you must meet the academic and or technical qualifications for a higher rank. You must serve a minimum of 3 full academic years in the current rank before being eligible. So in addition to that, in recent years, we've added a prior approval for credit toward promotion in rank. So it just ensures that the faculty and the dean, VPAA, are having communication and are aligned in terms of expectations. The application must be recommended for promotion in rank by campus dean, vice president, and president. The stakeholders involved in reviewing faculty documentation of qualifications includes not only the campus instructional leaders, but also the Vice President of Academic Affairs Council and the President's Council. So it's vetted throughout. And a faculty member may use the due process procedures in college policy, DGBA local, to challenge the decision made at every level. So this falls in line with any other grievance that a faculty member may have. So this slide shows the promotion in rank process flow, which I just explained. As you can see, it starts with the faculty member asking for consideration of promotion, and then it goes through the ranks of the campus and on to district. So the one college approach to reviewing faculty documentation and making recommendations is extremely important. So we have put measures in place that will ensure that we document along the way. So if there's ever any question about the decisions that were made, we have documentation as to who made the decision and why. So as we focus on the one college approach, we have made changes to processes to increase consistency. We have human resources providing training for the interview committees, human resources providing workshops on college policy and hiring faculty for the deans and vice presidents. And then we have continuous professional development taking place at the Center for Teaching and Learning so that people stay current on college policy and procedures. So building a culture of evidence for student success starts with the hiring of faculty. Multiple stakeholders are involved in faculty initial placement in rank and faculty promotion in rank. It's a collaborative effort that takes place with individuals throughout the college, and it's based on continued educational attainment and increased competencies in teaching and learning. It's also important to point out that because teaching is an intellectual enterprise that you develop, we do have many professional development opportunities for our faculty. This college invests in our faculty, not only by providing the professional development, but also having tuition reimbursement and other ways in which we can support the faculty that other post-secondary institutions do not have. So that's unique to Tarrant County College. Our next steps, recommendations are being prepared for changes and updates to college policies and regulations regarding personnel, particularly those related to faculty hiring, placement, and promotion in rank. So these changes reflect clarification of expectations based on the faculty framework for student success, which was created through a collaborative effort with faculty from across the district. And that's my presentation. I don't know if you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Dr. LeBlanc. It's very informative information. Anyone have any questions or clarifications for Dr. LeBlanc? Oh, okay. Ms. Wood?
For the first question I had was on the promotion and ranking criteria. It says to be eligible for promotion and rank, a faculty member must meet the academic or technical qualifications of the higher rank. Can we be given an example of what that looks like? I would like to see that. Just what an example would be, just so I would know what that was. And then on promotion and rank criteria, an application must be recommended for promotion. I'd like to see what that application looks like as well, if you could provide that.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Real quickly, on DC local, we have listed the requirements for appointment in rank, and then in the, let's see, DBA is also the placement. These impact the different ranks. So at instructor, you have master's degree or equivalent with 18 semester hours in the teaching discipline. Assistant professor is master's degree or equivalent plus 24 semester hours. And then associate professor is master's degree or equivalent plus 48 hours. To reach a full professorship, you need a doctorate.
Okay.
But I will be happy to share that with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question, Ms. Wood. Any other questions or comments? Dr. Morrison, did you have a question? Okay. Dr. LeBlanc, I have just a very quick clarification, and it's probably, I think you addressed it, but how do we mentor or foster opportunities for someone to be able to, pursue a tenure and promotion? I know that we offer development, staff development and things like that, but I just didn't know if there was something else that you could talk about that we're doing.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
So the process begins when we onboard faculty. When we hire new faculty and onboard the new faculty, we share with them the expectations and what they would need to do in order to advance. So that's step one. And then throughout their career, we offer many opportunities for them to learn more about it and for them to advance. And as I stated, this is one of the few post-secondary institutions that has tuition reimbursement. So if someone wants to continue their education, go to graduate school, the college helps support that effort, which is phenomenal.
And so, thank you for that. So if somebody is not promoted for whatever reason, maybe they didn't meet the criteria, so do we circle back with them and say, these are the things that you can do to develop it? Okay.
That's part of the
Great.
conversation that needs to happen between that faculty member and the dean, and we encourage that. That's also why the Dean's Institute and some of the professional development that we have for the deans, we are including these conversations to ensure that that happens across the board.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Do you have a question, Mr. Hornsby?
Well, just maybe a clarification. I noticed that in the promotion of rank, it said vice presidents for academic affairs give presentations every fall semester.
Yes, sir.
Informing the faculty. What is done for the individuals hired in the spring or the summer? Or do we not hire people in the spring and the summer?
Well, no, we do. We hire most individuals are hired to start the academic year in August and September, and that's part of the cycle. So, you know, when I started teaching for Tarrant County College, I started in the spring, and I had to wait an additional semester. I had to wait to get promoted and so on because the cycle starts in the fall.
But this is to give the presentation informing faculty of advancement opportunities so they don't know about them. So if I was hired in the spring and I didn't know about it, I may have missed a short term to take another class or a summer to take another class so that the fall. So who does that? Maybe the deans are responsible for telling them?
That's right. So that would take place in the onboarding
Okay.
of that faculty member. That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure there was a place that they didn't have to wait a whole semester
No,
or
that's right.
spring and a summer to get that information.
And that's why the onboarding is so important.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you for your questions. Any other further clarifications? Okay. Thank you, Dr. LeBlanc.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much.
You have in your packet information from a bond program report, and next month you will receive a quarterly report in depth as you have in the past quarters. I asked Ms. Alanis to come up and talk about the Barnes & Noble informational item.
Sorry. So yes, it's been 5 years since we engaged Barnes & Noble as our partner at the college. At the time that we went through a competitive process to select them, we awarded a 5-year contract with 1 5-year option to renew. And so this doesn't technically fall under the items that require board approval because it's revenue only. We get a commission off of this rather than it being an expenditure. However, we thought that this was an important enough decision that we just wanted to make sure that you were aware that we were intending to exercise that 5-year extension.
And Barnes & Noble is our partner in the bookstore.
Yes, yes.
Any questions or clarifications for Ms. Alanis? Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
I would just observe, I appreciate you bringing this to the board, just to keep us posted on what's going on, whether it's required or not.
And one thing I failed to mention, voluntarily on their part, they've actually agreed to make a $300,000 investment during the second term into bookstore improvements. They did so, I don't remember how many hundreds of thousands of dollars the first round during the first 5-year term, but this is completely voluntary because it would not have been required by the contract, so we're appreciative of that.
Well, I sure do miss the candy by the piece that used to be in the original bookstores.
It's the little things, isn't it? Go a long way.
That's true.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Alanis.
I add too that $300,000 that's unique. That they're not doing that at many institutions, and so that shows the value they see in us in being a partner. Bookstore business has been very difficult over the years as things have morphed into technology, and so for them to acknowledge we're happy for. We also have informational items related to the HEERF expenditure update. Our expenditures there, and you can see. We've pretty much expended all the student funds that we have intended to do. We still have quite a bit of institutional funds left. We're looking forward to an extension through September of 2022 for all funds, including the institutional funds. And if that's so, that'll certainly help support, should we do so, move those institutional funds to student funds, help support students in the fall semester. So, but that's a little premature to say that because we don't know if it'll be extended. As it relates to accolades and recent activities, you can read at your leisure those items. I do want to highlight a couple that are not in your packet, and it really speaks to some nice recognitions, if you will. The Southeast Campus has been awarded recipient of an award given by Campus Compact. Campus Compact is a national organization that really focuses on citizenship and students working in their communities to better their communities. And so the Southeast Campus has been acknowledged this year, one of 2 colleges in the country, the other being Madison Area Technical College, to really showing that they're emphasizing the value of commitment to prepare students for engaged citizenship and really to help the health and strength into their communities. So hats off to the Southeast Campus for that. And they'll be formally recognized coming up in the next month, I believe, the end of next month for that. So I want to also acknowledge that the county, Tarrant County, has informed us through their funds, mostly HEERF funds, that they will be awarding $630,643.21. I don't quite know how we got there, but that's the amount specifically for the support of the T3 program. And what that will do is allow us to bring on more persistent coaches and summer bridge programs and professional development for that effort. And so we're very pleased for that. The last I received today, and that is the college was selected as one of 20 colleges from among all community colleges in the country to participate in an Entrepreneurial College of the Future initiative. And specifically, this is focused on fueling the college's future with the entrepreneurial mindset to build capacity and create momentum for greater results in 4 particular areas. One being workforce development to help align and employer needs and create one's own job. Fundraising to go beyond scholarships to big community-driven initiatives. The third being enrollment and retention as it relates to student success. And the fourth, quite interestingly, is labeled silo busting. Increasing engagement and retention of college personnel. So specific to really working with the employees. I had some opportunity to be involved in this effort for a while and bringing it together to the point where it is at. Over the next 6 months, there'll be a great deal of planning going on to bring this to light. The college, and given our location, is well positioned to play a lead in this activity. And whether it's leading one of the 4 or whatever, I'm not quite sure. Given our location, center of the country, airport nearby, this is an effort of colleges, serving colleges in this. There'll be 20 colleges involved, but certainly there'll be some lead to that. The formal announcement and the kickoff of this initiative will be in October in Boston, and I had been asked to provide the keynote address in kicking this effort off at that time. So this is a great leveraging opportunity for the institution. So I'll keep you posted as that progresses. And that's it for that. I think we'll move into appeal hearing. And Carol or Gloria?
Good evening, everybody. President Arnall. Is it on now? Good evening again, everybody. I'm President Ayala, members of the board, Chancellor Giovannitti. Congratulations again, Dr. Morrison, on your service to the district. We're here tonight to hear a Level 3 grievance hearing for Dr. Jack Reynolds and under Board Policy GB Local. Dr. Reynolds was formerly employed by the district as an instructor of economics on our Northwest campus. He filed a grievance because the college did not allow him to withdraw his resignation. So that's what you're going to hear tonight. We'll begin the process as we did last time with Dr. Reynolds making a 10-minute statement to the board. And then we'll hear from Dr. Zarina Blankenbaker, serving as the college advocate, another 10-minute statement, and we'll close with 5 minutes allowed for Dr. Reynolds to do a final rebuttal. There will be no live witnesses again for this final level of appeal, and the policy again requires that you hear his complaint, does not require that you make a response or take any action. And if you fail to take action, then that is in essence you affirming the original decision to not allow him to rescind his, the college rather, to rescind his resignation. And if you're ready, Dr. Reynolds, we'll get started.
President Ayala, Chancellor, esteemed members of the board, good evening. Now it's on. Good evening. This is the third and final hearing related to my grievance. I was only given 10 minutes, so I will speak quickly. I did make copies of my statement if you'd like ones. Follow along. First, I'd like to address something that happened near the end of the last grievance hearing. I had asked for additional time to rebut this, but my request was simply ignored. Nonetheless, I'll use some of my time to do so now. I'd been told that new evidence that had not been presented at the Level 1 hearing would not be allowed unless it was to rebut evidence already admitted into the record. In good faith, I honored this. The same cannot be said of your team. You all make the rules, break the rules, state I am out of order for objecting to your breaking the rules, and justify it all by falsely claiming that I had opened the door to admitting hearsay statements from ratemyprofessors.com, a website that allows anonymous users who may or may not actually be students to post comments about professors. In her concluding remarks, the ones I'd had no opportunity to rebut, Dr. Blankenbaker cherry-picked quotes from ratemyprofessors.com that she claimed demonstrated that I lacked empathy and an understanding of the neuroscience of learning. She also claimed that those comments illustrate why I was placed on a performance improvement plan, or PIP, during my first semester. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to my master's degree in economics, I have a doctoral degree in educational leadership and policy studies, and I will gladly put my understanding of the neuroscience of learning up against anybody's in this room, especially Dr. Blankenbaker's. In that spirit, I have a couple of questions now myself, rhetorically, of course, because we're not actually allowed to ask questions. We may get to the bottom of something that way. How do comments made years after I was placed on a PIP evidence a justification for putting me on that PIP? How do you reconcile removing a teacher in the middle of teaching a class with your understanding of the neuroscience of learning? You seem to take particular exception to my suggesting to a student that their struggles in my class are a reflection of them, not me, which is evidenced by the number of positive remarks made by the students. You didn't like the fact that I suggested to the student that you will continue to struggle as long as you choose not to take responsibility for your learning. I find it telling that President Blankenbaker does not believe student accountability is consistent with the neuroscience of learning. I can assure you it is. I am curious whether she read any of the other comments from my students and my responses. I asked because my average rating was a 3.9, which was higher than the average rating of both the chair of the economics department at the Northwest Campus and the average rating of all TCC professors in aggregate. If my ratings are evidence that I am not the kind of faculty you want at TCC, when are you planning on firing all those other instructors whose ratings are even worse? Here's the most important question of all. If you all are right and I am wrong, if there is no intimidation or discrimination or harassment as I allege, if I am wrong about all that and you are so right about everything, why was it even necessary to have the president of the Northwest Campus stoop to rank professional character assassination? I would have hoped it was beneath her. Clearly I was mistaken. I suspect it is because, as Carl Sandburg famously quipped, if the facts are against you, argue the law. If the law is against you, argue the facts. If the law and facts are against you, you pound the table. I have the facts on my side. I have the law on my side. And you all can keep pounding the table. Here are some facts. Did you see, by chance, the comment from a student who called me a great prof? One of the best I had, direct quote. I'm assuming not. So here's a collection of some of the other comments you must have likewise overlooked in your zeal to paint me as lacking empathy and professionalism. Quote, I hope to take him in the future for whatever he is teaching. You rock, Mr. Reynolds. Quote, he's super passionate about this subject and is brilliant at making the class relatable to real life. Quote, I'm not a fan of economics, but he made it enjoyable. Quote, the homie helps you understand a lot through his very informative lectures. Mr. Reynolds is a great professor, another quote, Mr. Reynolds is a great professor and an even better person. He makes it his mission that you actually learn the material in the class. Another quote, Professional Reynolds treats everyone with respect and holds individuals accountable. That's a student comment. By the way, those preceding 6 comments are just the ones posted prior to the decision to place me on that PIP. All of them. I would quote the multitude of other positive statements made by my students since then, but in the spirit of saving time, I will only share these 3 comments. Dr. Reynolds is an awesome guy. Above all, he is fair, funny, and caring towards his students. Taking him for both econ classes was a pleasure. I learned so much. Second, easily the best professor I ever had. He really made me think. Thanks, Dr. Reynolds. You are a great teacher, and I learned so much from you. Third one, Dr. Reynolds loves to help. I learned a lot in his class. Caring, respected, hilarious. You rock, Dr. Reynolds. That's right. 2 different students said I rock, and I got a homie reference. Not too shabby for an unempathetic, unprofessional instructor. And that is just a small sample of the ratings I accumulated while at TCC on RateMyProfessors.com. Here are some of the comments my students made in their TCC student evaluations. You have access to these. Quote, the lectures that Mr. Reynolds gives are very good. Quote, Jack Reynolds' class overall is a very good one. He helps all the students. Quote, overall a great teacher who likes what he does. Parenthetical, it shows. Quote, really great teacher. Quote, nice class. Teacher is nice. Great at teaching. Quote, Reynolds is very fair. Quote, overall a really good class with a good teacher with a positive environment for learning. Quote, Professor Reynolds did everything a professor reasonably could do to ensure each student had all the tools they need to learn. Professor Reynolds was an exemplary professor. Last one, quote, the best instructor pushing his students to do their best. Don't change the teaching style to be easier. Make the students work so they can be their best. Here again, guess what? Every one of those quotes came from course evaluations administered in the spring of 2018. Those are the very same course evaluations they used to place me on that PIP. It is important to understand the true context in which I was placed on a PIP. On August 13, 2018, Dean Brown walked up to the 3 of us that remained of the economics department at Northwest and stated that we must hire another economics instructor, despite there not being enough course demand at that time to warrant an additional instructor. We were told that we needed to hire another instructor specifically because our department was not diverse enough. Without thinking, I rather naively blurted out, are you saying we can't hire a white person? And the dean responded, yeah, basically. I have multiple contemporaneous recordings verifying the facts of that conversation I just presented. As I drove home that day, my mind reeling from the implications of what the dean just admitted, I received a meeting invite via email from the dean requesting I meet with her the following morning. It's at that meeting that I learned I would be placed on a PIP. I later learned that my chair was never consulted about this, as had been her experience in the past. She was incredulous that a member of her team was placed on a PIP without any input from her. Since that day, I have tolerated repeated instances of harassment, threats, and intimidation. Here's a very short list of the most noteworthy examples. I was denied my rightful rank. Ironic, we presented that tonight. When I was hired, when a new instructor was added solely to diversify our department more than 18 months after I was hired, he was given a higher rank than me despite not even having a graduate degree in economics. And by his own admission, according to what he told me, he lacked the requisite hours for that rank. And that's not the only person who's ever told me that. That's a recurring theme in my experience at Tarrant County College. Another instance, I received guidance from both Dean Brown and the chair of my department regarding the options for a student who objected to the use of proctorio. I was promptly admonished by my department chair for following their guidance to the letter. The chair of my department provided a reference for me when I applied as an adjunct professor at TCU, where she also worked as an adjunct. But she later claimed that my accepting the position, her words in an email to me, quote, puts your employment with TCC at risk. I was subsequently required to report each semester thereafter when and what I was teaching at TCU. This policy was not uniformly enforced, but it was certainly enforced with me. One more. After repeated positive and satisfactory faculty appraisals, the dean decided in 2020 to administer my appraisal personally and found me lacking because my responses to the student's request, her words, quote, can be worded differently. That's a wholly subjective standard I could conceivably never be in compliance with. At the last hearing, Dr. Blankenbaker maintained that I resigned from TCC because of another job offer at a high school in the area. It is true, I was offered the opportunity to teach AP Calculus, with the likelihood that I would be able to teach dual credit math and social studies for the following year. When TCC refused to let me withdraw my resignation, I accepted this other teaching position, and my wife accepted a teaching position in another district as well. However, a few weeks into the new school year, COVID intervened, and we had to decide which of us would resign so we could ensure that our 8-year-old son would have transportation to and from school. Given that TCC was unwilling to let me continue working as an adjunct, it was evident that I would not be able to teach dual credit in any school district that TCC worked with. So the decision was made for me to resign and ensure my son had transportation to and from the elementary school. I am still an adjunct professor at a different school. The facts of my grievance are incontrovertible, and the law supporting my grievance unassailable. TCC's own policies prohibit, quote, discrimination in the application for employment on the basis of race, end quote. This is irrefutable. The policy DAA Legal expounds upon this, stating, quote, Title VII prescribes overt discrimination, disparate treatment, which is said to have occurred when, quote, members of a race or other ethnic group have been denied the same employment opportunities as have been available to other employees or applicants. The policy being advocated for is obviously incongruent with federal law, state law, and the TCC's own policies. Nonetheless, this has been the unofficial policy at TCC for years and has now been formally codified by this board. So that's, how much time do I have left? 22 seconds. Yeah, so the 22 seconds ain't enough for me to say much more. I'll save the rest for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, ma'am.
And at this time, Dr. Blankenbaker will make her 10-minute statement.
Good evening, President Ayala and members of the board. You're being asked to hear the Level 3 appeal of Dr. Jack Reynolds concerning his GB local grievance contesting the college's decision to uphold his resignation. Dr. Reynolds is claiming the college would not allow him to withdraw his resignation for discriminatory reasons. That is not true. The college accepted Dr. Reynolds' resignation as an economics instructor effective immediately per his own request. I will provide a factual overview of Dr. Reynolds' history with the college. Dr. Reynolds became a full-time instructor of economics in January 2018. During his first semester, several students complained about him, which was brought to the attention of Department Chair Julie Russell. Ms. Russell facilitated discussions with Dr. Reynolds on how to resolve these complaints. After students completed their spring 2018 evaluations, there were concerning communications that mirrored the complaints that students previously brought to Ms. Russell's attention. These student comments led to Dr. Reynolds being placed on a performance improvement plan, which he successfully completed. As of July 2021, Dr. Reynolds was an employee in good standing with the college. In fact, he received a contract from the college for the upcoming academic year that he had not signed as of the date he submitted his resignation. On July 21st, Dr. Reynolds sent an email to his department chair, Julie Reynolds, stating he did not feel secure in his job and had made the decision to resign. This, again, is despite the fact that he had received an offer of employment from the college for the upcoming academic year. Dr. Reynolds also stated in his email that he felt his relationship with the department was great and that he had no issues with the individuals in his department or his dean, Dean Brown. Ms. Russell responded 5 minutes later acknowledging receipt of his email and copying Dean Brown to facilitate the resignation. Ms. Russell mentioned that she expected Dr. Reynolds to be teaching dual credit economics and or math classes for Lake Worth ISD. She expected this because Dr. Reynolds had told her he anticipated receiving a job offer to teach at Lake Worth ISD. Almost 1 hour later, Dean Brown sent Dr. Reynolds an email acknowledging his decision and asking for an effective date for the resignation. 2 minutes later, Dr. Reynolds responded that he wanted the resignation to be effective immediately. Approximately 7 minutes after notifying Dean Brown he wanted his resignation to be effective immediately, Dr. Reynolds again sent another email to Dean Brown stating, "I resign from TCC as an economics instructor effective immediately." Therefore, as of 3:20 p.m. on July 21, 2021, Dr. Reynolds had resigned effective immediately from the college. Because Dr. Reynolds' resignation left students with no instructor, Dean Brown processed Dr. Reynolds' request immediately so that another instructor could be assigned to his class to continue to teach his students. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Dr. Reynolds sent an email to Dean Brown requesting that he be allowed to withdraw his resignation. In this email, he told Dean Brown that he had signed and submitted his contract. His request was not approved because Dr. Reynolds displayed a disregard for the educational well-being of his students by resigning from his employment effective immediately, even though several weeks of class time still remained. Dr. Reynolds' request for an immediate resignation also demonstrated a lack of collegiality towards his colleagues, who would be forced to step in to cover his classes at the last minute. After Dr. Reynolds' resignation was accepted, more information was discovered that support the college's decision to not allow Dr. Reynolds to withdraw his resignation. First, the college discovered that Dr. Reynolds continued to display the behavior to his students that led to his performance improvement plan in 2018. I refer you to some of the responses from Dr. Reynolds to his students on ratemyprofessor.com in your packet as TCC Exhibit 10. Dr. Reynolds' comments illustrate why he was placed on a PIP in the first place. Despite successfully completing his PIP at that time, he continued to display unprofessional communication with students. Dr. Reynolds' comments do not reflect TCC's goal of being a student-centered institution. Second, during Dr. Reynolds' GB local grievance process, he has admitted to violations of TCC policy DH local concerning the prohibition of recording conversations without proof of consent or prior notice. Specifically, Dr. Reynolds admitted that he started recording some of his interactions with his colleagues beginning in 2018. These actions by Dr. Reynolds are in violation of TCC policy and warrant immediate discharge. Now I will discuss responses to Dr. Reynolds' grievances. In his complaint, Dr. Reynolds alleged that TCC has a hiring practice of only hiring Hispanic individuals. The college does not have such a policy or practice. Rather, TCC has a faculty recruitment and retention plan to enhance fair and active recruitment and selection practices so that qualified applicant populations from which positions are filled better reflect our increasing student body. Next, Dr. Reynolds alleged that the college is engaging in discriminatory practices in allegedly promoting hiring individuals to a rank higher than they qualify for per policy based on demographic characteristics. Per TCC policy, to be eligible for the rank of assistant professor, the individual must have a master's degree or equivalent in their subject field, plus 24 semester hours of approved credit completed after the master's degree or equivalent technical experience. Dr. Reynolds' placement as an instructor was based on his holding a master's degree in economics. Dr. Reynolds does hold a doctoral degree in education. However, this degree does not have hours in economics. Because Dr. Reynolds does not have the 24 hours of economics after his master's degree, he was and is not eligible for the rank of assistant professor. Dr. Reynolds' final allegation is that the college is not adhering to the reporting requirements for veteran employment under Chapter 657 of the Texas Government Code, and because he is a veteran, the college must allow him to withdraw his resignation due to veteran hiring preferences. Chapter 657 of the Texas Government Code does provide veterans with a preference in employment over other applicants for the same position who do not have a greater qualification. Dr. Reynolds resigned from his existing employment. Therefore, Chapter 657 does not apply. In conclusion, Dr. Jack Reynolds resigned out of his own volition and left students without an instructor in the middle of a term. Dr. Reynolds' interactions with students did not reflect the college's goal of being a student-centered institution. He recorded interactions with his colleagues and violated TCC policy DH local. As the college advocate, I ask that you uphold the college's decision to accept Dr. Reynolds' voluntary resignation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blankenbaker. And now we'll have the final rebuttal. Dr. Reynolds, and I'll start the timer at 5 minutes.
All right, so on July 20th, I did resign from Tarrant County College as an economics instructor. My resignation was precipitated by TCC's new policy to exclude qualified applicants from the interview process because they aren't Latino. The chair of the economic department characterized the policy, not me, the chair of the economic department who made me aware of it, characterized it as, quote, very racist. Less than 3 hours after resigning, however, I sent an email to Dean Brown asking to retract my resignation. After withdrawing my resignation, I signed and submitted my employment contract. Later that evening, I filed a FOIA request to gain access to the email that my chair had told me about regarding this hiring policy. According to my attorney, Mr. Fielding, TCC's counsel, Ms. Bracken, represented to him that no such email exists. Yet, as part of the Level 1 record, TCC provided a document outlining faculty recruitment and retention plan. This document outlines the referenced policy. The following day, I was told I would not be allowed to withdraw my resignation. My request to withdraw my resignation was denied despite being a faculty in good standing, having been offered a contract by TCC to teach through May, being qualified to teach in 2 fields that can be difficult to find qualified post-secondary instructors for, economics and math, having experience teaching college courses to high school students, a task many professors spurn, having a doctoral degree in educational leadership and policy studies in addition to a master's degree, and being a twice honorably discharged Army infantry and Desert Storm veteran with protected status and preference as granted by Chapter 657 of the Texas Government Code, which states that I am, quote, entitled to a preference in retaining employment. TCC's justification for not allowing me to withdraw my resignation was because, quote, because your resignation left your students, your colleagues, and the institution itself in a difficult position. This justification is factually and demonstrably false. At the time of my resignation, I was not under contract as an economics instructor. I was teaching as an adjunct professor for TCC. Further, not a single person expressed the slightest bit of concern about my resignation at that time. Nobody said anything. Oh, what are you doing to us? Nothing like that. I did not immediately ask to be allowed to finish my summer class because I did not know I would be dropped. I was an adjunct in the middle of teaching a summer course who had been invited at the time of my resignation by the department chair to continue teaching as an adjunct. Why would it have even occurred to me that I would not be allowed to finish teaching that summer course? For most of that day, I pleaded with them to not do this. To my students. Here are quotes from various emails I sent to Dean Brown, the chair, and Dr. Judith Gallagher, the VPAA at Northwest. Quote, I would very much like to finish teaching my summer course. Quote, if I had known that giving you all the early heads up would screw over my students this way, I wouldn't have done it. Quote, why can't you all just let me amend my resignation so that it isn't immediate? Quote, I am not under contract. I would never have thought that meant removing me in the middle of a class. Quote, why on earth wouldn't you work with me on an exit solution that wasn't so disruptive to your own students at least? Quote, I did not intend to drop a summer course in the middle of it. Quote, it would take something extraordinary for me to walk out on my students. The fact of the matter is, it cost the district nothing to let me finish that summer course. They didn't have to lift a finger to let me finish. Yet they refused to let me despite me begging them not to do this to my students. While all along they claimed I would be allowed to teach for TCC as an adjunct, which is what I was doing when they abruptly removed me. If you answer no other question, please answer this. Why do you have a specific hiring policy to hire more non-whites, but not more veterans, as both federal and state law encourages you to? What is the basis for the board's determination that not being white is somehow more honorable than serving your country? Based on the totality of facts presented here and in my previous filings, and consistent with the rule of law and common decency, I am respectfully requesting the following actions be taken. I immediately be reinstated as an economics instructor at the Northwest Campus. An investigation be conducted into how and when TCCHR adopted a discriminatory hiring policies, and that appropriate disciplinary action include immediate dismissal of all people involved. An investigation be conducted into whether certain employees were denied earned rank and or promotion while others were granted unearned rank and or promotion based upon demographic characteristics rather than earned hours, as outlined by TCC policy. If it is determined that some employees were denied earned rank while others were given unearned rank, appropriate disciplinary action should include immediate dismissal of all parties involved. That a review of my transcripts be conducted and a thorough accounting be made of why I was not given the rank commensurate with my education. If it is determined that I qualify for a higher rank than I had been hired at, such rate be immediately rewarded and appropriately salary adjust, with the appropriate salary adjustment to include back pay.
Dr. Reynolds, that concludes your 5 minutes. Thank you so much. And that concludes this appeal hearing. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now be going into closed session. I think we'll take a few-minute break, if that's okay, before we go into closed session. Then can I come back and read this, or should I read it now? You can read it now. Okay, all right. Thank you. The board will conduct a closed meeting in order to discuss matters permitted by the following sections of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney around legal issues regarding any items listed on today's district board meeting agenda, and 2, discussion of legal issues regarding complaint filed against the Chancellor. B, deliberations regarding real property, which is Section 551.072. C, Section 551.074, deliberations on personnel matters. And D, Section 551.076, deliberations on security devices or security audits. Okay? So we'll just take a little bit of a bio break, wait a few minutes. Yes, thank you. board will now reconvene in open session. We have a few statements to make here. Allegations have been made against the Chancellor of the college. The operation of the college is paramount. It is in the best interest of all parties to complete the investigation and reach the right conclusion without further distraction. Policy dictates that a respondent is not presumed responsible for the alleged conduct unless and until a determination is made at the conclusion of the process. However, the board has an obligation to treat the Chancellor as we would any employee under these circumstances. So, does the board wish to take interim measures while the investigation about these allegations are completed?
Madam President,
Yes, Dr. Morrison.
pending completion of the ongoing investigation, I move that the board place the Chancellor on paid administrative leave and appoint Executive Vice Chancellor and Provost Dr. Elva LeBlanc as acting Chancellor.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Morrison. We need a second.
I second the motion. Let me just say that Dr. LeBlanc is our senior academic officer, chief academic officer, as executive vice chancellor and provost. I understand she's been here a long time, and I understand she is a former Tarrant County College student. I know from my personal experience she's well respected in the community, and I think she has a lot of credibility with the members of this board. Therefore, I second the motion.
Okay, so with a second by Mr. Barr. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you all for coming this evening. Our next meeting will be on March. What day is that, Mr. Gates, please? I'm sorry.
After spring break?
No, the work session will be.
The 10th?
The board meeting on the 24th, the work session will be on the 7th.
No, 10th, spring break week.
The week before spring break, is the work session.
The 10th, I think, 10th.
March 10th? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. So the next board meeting will be on March the 10th, and thank you all. And the workshop actually will be on the 10th. So thank you all for staying with us this evening, and have a good evening.
Good morning.